Hello? Hello, hello? Hello? How's everyone doing tonight? Hello, Javier. 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 I don't know. Gonna be fucked up if it was French. Javier. I don't know what the fuck the French were doing when the consonants were being added out. What are they doing with them? French people love eating consonants for breakfast. Chat isn't updating on my phone for some reason. There we go. Yes, there's that. Let's put on something different. From the same band. Let me try and find my page where I left off. I don't remember what page it was. 60 something. There it is. The music is very good, but it's very loud. I cannot fucking think. What was the section about? Subconscious sex and gender entitlement. Okay. Oh, we were almost at the end. Okay. Interesting. Page 70. Right, I just remembered. I'm gonna pin a link to the book, as usual, and if you're watching the VOD, it's gonna be in the description. So that you can read along with the book, if you like doing that. And if you are doing that, we left off last time at page 70. Right. I think last time we read a bunch of stuff about sort of anxiety around gender that cis people tend to display. I can't fucking think with this music. God. I should turn it off, but it's also really good. Let's see if my reading works. There we go. Is that readable from for the viewers? Let's zoom in a little bit more, maybe. Okay. Looks good to me. Good. So, same thing as last few streams where I did this. It's Celeste, but every time I die, I have to read a page of Julia Serano's Whipping Girl from 2007. It is considered a, maybe not foundational, but very important text on the subject of trans feminism. Which is why I want to read it, because I want to read more books. And if this is the way that's gonna get me to do that, that's fine by me. Okay, I think we're gonna just turn off the music for a bit so we can fucking talk and think at the same time. Okay, last time we read a bunch of stuff about what Julia Serano calls gender entitlement and subconscious sex. The idea is basically that everybody has a subconscious sex, right? Which she that usually only trans people are confronted with as being different from what they were born with, where cis-sexual people don't ever think about that and have to be forced to think about that stuff, right? And then there's also the concept of gender entitlement, which I think, if I remember correctly, describes sort of basically this idea that people have that certain people should just act a certain way, right? Based on what gender they are. And when confronted with people who don't act in that way, they have to sort of explain themselves, or otherwise, those people are sort of forced into specific boxes. I don't know if I got that right. Let me read through the text. Where does she find that? Unlike gender dissonance, which is only experienced by trans people, gender entitlement can affect anyone. It is best described as the arrogant conviction that one's own beliefs, perceptions, and assumptions regarding gender and sexuality are more valid than those of other people. Gender entitlement often leads to gender anxiety, the act of becoming irrationally upset or being made uncomfortable by the existence of those people who challenge or bring into questions one's gender entitlement. Right. So there's this idea of gender acts and works a certain way, and my view of that is superior to those of others. Right. And that's gender entitlement, which can be described as, cis people believing in a fully binary system of gender, right? But it can also be the idea that, like, not being bound to binary norms is somehow more enlightened than other forms of being trans or something, right? Yeah, okay. I think I'm just gonna start up the game. Whenever it decides to load. I really have like a checklist of things before I start the stream properly. And the game has to restart because some mods needed to update. Okay. It's fine. It takes like maybe a minute at most. Plus we're only using one mod. It's the mod that makes me dear. Okay. Oop, that's not supposed to happen. Alright. Let's die. Let me just adjust some stuff. Go. We're at the fucking mirror temple. And I feel like this one's gonna be a fucking nightmare. There's one thing I really hate in this game, it's the small parts, and it's usually enemies that are just slightly unpredictable in how they work. And the monsters in this chapter are very much one of those things. You know, most climbing mishaps occur due to exhaustion. Remember to take regular breaks. Are we fucking ready? I don't know if we're fucking ready.
Yummy snack.
Already. Okay. Let's actually open this package. And remember to stay hydrated. Or whatever. Yummy treats. Not get exhausted. Or whatever. Okay. How the fuck did I do that? Okay. Never mind. I swear I remember there being a strawberry there somewhere. Okay. Already off to a great start. Okay. Let's start reading from here. The most productive way that we as individuals can overcome our gender entitlement is by coming to terms with our own blind spots, acknowledging that there are certain gender and sexual expressions and desires that we cannot know, that we will never experience firsthand. Thus, the path toward overcoming homophobia or biphobia is to become more in touch with our own sexual orientation. To recognize that other people's sexual orientations have no bearing on our own. The transgender movement has taken a similar approach to confronting transphobia by encouraging cisgender people to become comfortable with their own expressions of femininity and or masculinity in order to be respectful of those expressions in others. This approach has most certainly benefited many transsexuals as it helped convince some of the public that we should be allowed to express our genders without being discriminated against. Unfortunately, confronting transphobia has done very little to ease cissexism, i.e., the belief that transsexual genders are less quote-unquote real or legitimate than cissexual genders. For me, this is most evident when I interact with people who accept my feminine behavior and female identity, but adamantly draw the line when it comes to accepting my transsexual body. I pushed it down a little bit so I don't bump into it. There we go. Because most people have not come to terms with their own subconscious sex and its relation to their physical sex, they tend to experience unwarranted distress regarding sex gender variant bodies. Many people who say they favor transgender rights tend to balk when it means they have to share a locker room or public shower with a transsexual. And plenty of people are supportive of their transgender friends and colleagues, but hypocritically would be disturbed if the person they were dating, sleeping with, or partnered to were to come out to them as transsexual. It is high time for gender-anxious cissexuals to look deep within themselves and ask why they choose to feel transsexual bodies as unsettling or disturbing. How they can consider a physical body to be attractive or innocuous when it comes to be cissexual. Oh, whoa. How they can consider the physical body to be attractive or innocuous when it is assumed to be cissexual, then suddenly find it horrific or threatening upon the discovery that it is transsexual. And if such dramatically different responses can be elicited by the same human being under different circumstances, doesn't that indicate that the real difference resides in the cissexual mind and not in the transsexual body? Once again, I'm reminded of the 1980s, when it was popular for people in the earliest stages of accepting homosexuality to say, I don't care what other people do in the privacy of their own bedrooms, just as long as they don't flaunt it in front of me. Today, it is obvious to most of us that such remarks are merely prejudice disguising itself as tolerance. Similarly, it is time for gender-anxious cissexuals to start coming to terms with their own thinly veiled cissexism, to ask themselves why they feel entitled to flaunt their cissexual bodies, e.g. to shamelessly talk about their femaleness or maleness, or their body parts and their functions, or to take certain gendered rights for granted, e.g. using public restrooms, freely sharing their bodies with lovers without having to confess, come out, or explain anything. While simultaneously insisting that transsexual bodies remain hidden from view or be held to different standards. Gender-anxious cissexuals must begin to admit that the issues they have with our transsexual bodies stem directly from their own insecurities, from their fear of having their own genders and sexualities brought into question, So long as most cisexuals refuse to come to terms with their own blind spots, specifically their own subconscious sex, the countless subtle and not so subtle ways in which they objectify trans people and treat us as second-class citizens will remain forever out of their view. There we go. Is there actually nothing here? I swear I remember there being something. Wow. Damn it! Okay. Okay. Intrinsic inclinations. Explaining gender and sexual diversity. In the last chapter, I stated that recognizing subconscious sex, separate from physical sex, is crucial to furthering a better understanding of transsexuality and anti-trans discrimination. There is at least one other aspect of gender that we must come to terms with before we can discuss the entire spectrum of gender and sexual diversity. Gender expression, which refers to whether our presentation, behaviors, interests, and/or affinities are considered feminine, masculine, or some combination thereof. Gender expression is regularly confused with subconscious sex or sexual orientation. For example, people often assume that transsexuals transition not to align our physical and subconscious sexes because we want to express either femininity or masculinity. Similarly, it is common for some people to be mistaken for being lesbian or gay simply because they are somewhat masculine as women go, or feminine as men go, respectively. Unlike our sexual orientation and subconscious sex, which are usually invisible to the rest of the world, other people can readily view our gender expression, making it perhaps the most widely commented on, critiqued, and regulated aspect of gender. Indeed, the fact that gender expression is so highly regulated in our society has led many to argue that femininity and masculinity are merely social constructs, i.e., they do not occur naturally, but rather are inventions or artifacts of human culture. According to this social constructionist model, boys are socialized to become masculine and girls feminine. We learn to produce these gender expressions via a combination of positive and negative reinforcement, and through imitation, practice, and performance. Social constructionists point to the fact that the words femininity and masculinity do not merely describe human behavior, but represent ideals that all people are encouraged to meet to demonstrate. Blah. To demonstrate this, they focus much of their attention on socially influenced manifestations of gender expression, often called gender roles, which include feminine and masculine differences in speech patterns and word choice. Mannerisms, rules in relationships, styles of dress, aesthetic preferences, interests, occupations, and so on. Social constructionists also argue that the fact that these gender roles can vary over time and from culture to culture is indicative of their constructed nature. Oh, grab the strawberry and then what? Fuck. Okay. On the other side of this debate are gender essentialists, who believe that those born male are simply pre-programmed to act masculine, and those born female are pre-programmed to act feminine. Evidence to support their case includes the predominance of femininity in women and masculinity in men in our culture and in other cultures. The fact that girls tend to behave in a girlish manner and boys in a boyish manner from a very early age. It already immediately feels like very circular reasoning. That even in prehistoric humans, women and men seem to perform different sets of tasks. This is routinely disproven all the fucking time, I think. And that species other than humans also show signs of gender dimorphic behavior. Among gender essentialists, it's generally assumed that genetic and subsequent anatomical and hormonal differences between females and males are the ultimate source of these behavioral differences. Despite their insistence, such direct links between specific genes and specific gender behaviors in humans continue to remain elusive. As someone who both is a geneticist and has experienced firsthand the very different ways in which women and men are treated and valued in our society, I believe that both social constructionists and gender essentialists are wrong, or at least they are both only partially right. The fatal flaw of the gender essentialist argument is the obvious fact that not all men are masculine and not all women are feminine. There are exceptional gender expressions. There are masculine women, feminine men, and people of both sexes who express combinations of femininity and masculinity. Okay. I think this is already a part where I feel like I criticized this point a little bit last stream as well. Right, this idea that people who fall outside the binary are exceptional in some way, instead of as part of the norm, right? I don't know. I don't buy that. People who have exceptional gender expressions, like those with exceptional subconscious sexes and sexual orientations, exist in virtually all cultures and throughout history, which suggests that they represent a natural phenomenon. Gender essentialists often try to dismiss such exceptions as anomalies. Oh, there's a bug. Don't go in my drink. I don't want a bug in my drink. Oh god. Bug gone, I think. Whatever. Gender essentialists often try to dismiss such exceptions as anomalies, the result of biological errors or developmental defects. She's arguing against the idea that there are only femme women and masc men, though. Yeah, true. True. But it's still treating, like, the idea of masculine and feminine men as somehow exceptional from the norm, right? And I don't buy that specific part. Like, they're only exceptional if you frame the idea of there being a normal way for people to express genders, right? Okay, I'm gonna keep reading. Gender essentialists often try to dismiss such exceptions as anomalies, the result of biological errors or developmental defects. However, exceptional gender expression, subconscious sexes, and sexual orientation. I think that's a flaw with their current usage of the word normal. That might be it. Maybe that's nitpicking on my end, but I don't know. The idea of both treating, you know, of people who fall outside of the idea of feminine women and masculine men as exceptional is itself, to me, like, capitulating to the idea that, like, feminine women and masculine men are the norm and everything else is a deviation, right? And I don't buy that idea. And I don't think that's, like, a correct way of explaining this idea, right? That's what I'm trying to say. However, exceptional gender expressions, subconscious sexes, and sexual orientations all occur at frequencies that are several orders of magnitude higher than one would expect if they represented genetic quote-unquote mistakes. Further, the fact that we actively encourage boys to be masculine and ostracize and ridicule them if they act feminine, and vice versa for girls, strongly suggests that if it were not for socialization, there would be even more exceptional gender expression than there is now. Okay, fuck strawberries. Fuck strawberries. I'm gonna die a lot anyway. Most of these rooms exist exclusively for strawberries. Oh! Unfortunately, a strict social constructionist model does not easily account for exceptional gender expression either. Many girls who are masculine and boys who are feminine show signs of such behavior at a very early age, often before such children have been fully socialized with regards to gender norms, and generally continue to express such behavior into adulthood, despite the extreme amount of societal pressure that we place on individuals to reproduce gender expression appropriate for their assigned sex. It strongly suggests that certain expressions of femininity and masculinity represent deep subconscious inclinations in a manner similar to those of sexual orientation and subconscious sex. Use word inclination here as a catch-all phrase to describe any persistent desire, affinity, or urge that predisposes us toward particular gender and sexual expressions and experiences. While I believe that such inclinations are likely to be hardwired into our brains, as they exist on a subconscious level and often remain constant throughout our lives, I hesitate to define them as purely biological phenomenon, as social factors clearly play a strong role in how each individual interprets these inclinations. Really good at reading. In fact, in most cases, it is impossible to distinguish our inclinations from our socialization, since they both typically point us in the same direction. Generally, we only ever notice our inclinations when they are exceptional, when they deviate from both biological and social norms. Further evidence that gender inclinations represent naturally occurring phenomenon can be found in other species. If one looks across a wide spectrum of mammals and birds, whose gender and sexual expressions are presumably not shaped by social constructs to the extent that ours are, one generally finds certain behaviors and affinities that seem to predominate in one sex, which can also occur at lower but substantial frequencies in the other sex as well. Thus, any model that attempts to explain human gender expression, sexual orientation, and subconscious sex must take into account the fact that both typical and exceptional forms of these inclinations occur naturally, i.e., without social influence to varying degrees. In order to reconcile this issue, I would like to put forward what I call an intrinsic inclination model to human gender and sexual variation. Here are the basic tenets of this model. 1. Subconscious sex, gender expression, and sexual orientation represent separate gender inclinations that are determined largely independently of one another. This model does not preclude the possibility that these three inclinations may themselves be composed of multiple separable inclinations, or that additional gender inclinations may exist as well. Should I even go for the strawberries anymore? It's just gonna keep happening from this point out onwards. Like, from this point onward, I feel like a lot of these strawberry challenges are things that are not necessarily difficult, but require like a little bit of practice to pull off. And I can't get that practice if I'm constantly interrupted by a bug. Celeste becomes a whole different game at this point. These gender inclination are, to some extent, intrinsic to our persons, as they occur on a deep subconscious level and generally remain intact despite social influences and conscious attempts by individuals to purge, repress, or ignore them. 3. Because no single genetic, anatomical, hormonal, environmental, or psychological factor has ever been found to directly cause any of these gender inclinations, we can assume that they are quantitative traits, i.e., multiple factors determine them through complex interactions. As a result, rather than producing discrete classes such as feminine and masculine, attraction to women or men, each inclination shows a continuous range of possible outcomes. 4. Each of these inclinations roughly correlates with physical sex, resulting in a bimodal distribution pattern, i.e., two overlapping bell curves, similar to that seen of other gender differences, such as height. While it may be true that on average men are taller than women, such a statement becomes virtually meaningless when one examines individual people, as any given woman may be taller than any given man. Most people have heights that are relatively close to the average, but others fall in outlying areas of the range. For instance, some women are 6'2" and some men are 5'4". Similarly, while women on average are more feminine than men, some women are more masculine than certain men, and some men more feminine than certain women. Because these inclinations appear to have multiple inputs and show a continuous range of outcomes, it is incorrect to assume that those with exceptional sexual orientations, subconscious sexes, or gender expressions represent developmental, biological, or environmental errors. Rather, they are naturally occurring examples of human variation. I think I do agree with her overall point, though. Like, you can't fully explain the way that gender works in our society purely through explaining it as a social construct. Most of it is, but it being a social construct does not explain why people, end up just, you know, she fucking explains it in the book. Naturally having inclinations towards certain behavior anyway. Beautiful. Oh, that's death. Fuck. Reconciling intrinsic inclinations with social constructs. The beauty of the intrinsic intrinsic inclinations. The beauty of the intrinsic inclinations model is that it simultaneously explains why most people appear to have typical genders, e.g., most men come to identify as male, act masculine, and are attracted to women, and the inverse for women, and accounts for the vast diversity of gender and sexuality that exists in the world. It explains why gay men and lesbians may be butch or femme or androgynous, why masculine girls can grow up to be lesbians, trans men, or heterosexual women, why trans women can be bisexual, straight, or lesbian. In addition to the variation that exists within these three gender inclinations, there is additional diversity with regards to physical sex itself. Physical sex can be further divided into multiple separable characteristics. Chromosomal sex, XX and XX and XY, gonadal sex, ovaries and testes, genital sex, clitoris, vagina, and penis, hormonal sex, estrogens and androgens, and a host of secondary sex characteristics, such as breast growth in women, beard growth in men, etc.
Oh.
While we like to think of females and males as constituting discrete, mutually exclusive classes, about 2 in 100 people are born intersex. That is a lot of fucking people, by the way. I've had so many people try to tell me that, like, 1% of people is somehow insignificant. As if it's not 800 million people, I think. I'm really bad at math. Don't quote me on that. It's a lot of fucking people. Right. I think one time on Twitter, someone tried to tell me that intersex people aren't, like, worth considering because they're, like, 1.5% of the population. And then I listed off just, like, a series of countries with a population that contains less than 1.5% of the total human population. And let me tell you, that includes a lot of very big countries. Not sure if it includes the United States, but I think it does include Britain. So that's cool. So there is a vast amount of naturally occurring sexual and gender variation in the world. The question becomes, how do we make sense of it all? That's where social constructs come in. Like, you probably know someone who's intersex if you aren't yourself. Intersex is also really broad. There are a lot of people who don't even know they're intersex. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, most people don't get their chromosomes checked. While typically, men have XY chromosomes and women have XX chromosomes. I don't know what chromosomes I have. But I never had them tested. How the fuck am I supposed to know? People don't just seriously underestimate what 1% of the population means, yeah. Where was I? So there's a vast amount of naturally occurring sexual and gender variation in the world. The question becomes, how do we make sense of it all? That's where social constructs come in. While variation in our sex characteristics and gender inclinations may occur naturally, the way we interpret those traits and the identities and meanings we associate with them can vary significantly from culture to culture. In our society, what it means to be a woman or a man, the symbols, customs, expectations, restrictions, and privileges associated with those classes are very different today than they were 50 years ago. This holds true for both typical and exceptional gender inclinations. For example, in this time and place, I am able to identify as a woman, a dyke, a transsexual, and a transgender person. To me, each of these identities represents a slightly different but somewhat overlapping aspect of my gender and sexuality. Okay. Okay, my internet cut out for a bit. I don't think it interrupted any reading. Hopefully. Oh dear, connection troubles. Yes, indeed. I really feel like I'm not going to be able to fix them unless I can somehow figure out how a fucking Ethernet cable works. It was gone for a second. Okay. Did it cut into any of the reading? That's the important part. Well, did it? Does anyone... Just as you started playing. Okay, good. That's fine. Games are for nerds anyway. We like books here. I swear I grabbed! Okay. Wait one minute. There we go. Go to that tab. There we go. However, had I been born half a century earlier, before most of these labels were commonly used or even existed, it would be impossible for me to identify the way that I do now. Perhaps my female subconscious sex would have led me to try passing and living as a woman, as trans people often did before medical means of transitioning became widely available. Or perhaps I would have taken part in the homosexual underground of the time, which was an amalgamation of people who would probably be considered lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender today. Or maybe unaware of the existence of any other gender variant people, might have remained closeted for lack of any obvious alternative. Yeah, fucking homosexual underground, god. If you didn't live in a city and you were queer, you were probably just fucked. Further, had I been born in some other country, I might have developed a very different transgender identity. Examples of MTF spectrum transgender people exist in other cultures include Indian Hijaz, Brazilian transvestis, Thai Katoe. I've never heard of those. Katoes, and Native American Verdaches. Hello? Internet fucked again. Oh no, the VOD probably split. Okay. Okay, we're back. We're back.
Yummy Slurpee.
Yes. I'll get a drink. Why did I think fucking closing
Yummy
stream
snack.
manually would work? It was stupid. Okay, the Merriam-Webster website is telling me that this is pronounced Burdash. Doesn't sound right, but I don't have anything else. Did any reading get cut off? Because it kind of went on a little tangent. No. Further, had I been born in some other country, I might have developed a very different transgender identity. Examples of MTF spectrum transgender people in other cultures include Indian Hijaz, Brazilian. Okay, I got cut out again. God damn it. It keeps happening, it keeps happening, it keeps happening. Yeah, okay. Okay. I'll just start this page from scratch, just in case. However, had I been born half a century earlier, before most of these labels were commonly used or even existed, it would be impossible for me to identify the way that I do now. Perhaps my female subconscious sex would have led me to try passing and living as a woman, as trans people often did before medical means of transitioning became widely available. Or perhaps I would have taken part in the homosexual underground of the time, which was an amalgamation of people who would probably be considered lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender today. Or maybe, unaware of the existence of any other gender variant people, I might have remained closeted for the lack of any obvious alternative. Further, had I been born in some other country, I might have developed a very different transgender identity. Examples of MTF spectrum transgender people in other cultures include Indian Hijaz, Brazilian transvestis, Thai Katoes, and Native American Berdaches, or two-spirited people. These transgender identities differ not only in name but in their customs, practices, and social roles. Part of the reason these groups differ relates to the fact that their cultures place more emphasis on certain gender inclinations over others. In some cultures, a person's gender expression plays a larger role in determining gender than we experience in the United States. Other cultures seem to place more emphasis on whether the person in question engage in sexual relationships with women or men. In our culture, we divide people into two groups, females and males, almost exclusively based on their physical sex. Of course, many physical sex characteristics are not readily visible to us, so it's more correct that we tend to rely exclusively on genital sex when assigning a person's sex at birth. With children, we rely on gender expression and roles. With adults, we rely primarily on secondary sex characteristics. The fact that we perceive two major categories of gender enables us to view women and men as opposites, a premises that is founded on a series of egregiously incorrect assumptions. First, in order for the two sexes to be opposites, they must first be mutually exclusive. Therefore, on a societal level, we purposefully ignore a variation that exists in sex characteristics and create the illusion that there is absolutely no overlap between the physical sexes. Second, we ignore the reality that intrinsic inclinations produce a continuous range of possibilities, and instead assume that each inclination produces only one of two possible outcomes, mirroring the two sexes. Thus, we assume that people can only be attracted to women or men, not both. They can only be feminine or masculine, not both. And they can only identify as female or male, not both. The third assumption we make is to presume that the typical inclination for each sex holds true for all people of that sex. Thus, all female-bodied people are assumed to be feminine, be attracted to men, and to identify as female, and vice versa for male-bodied people. Okay. How are we holding up, Internet? Good. Nah, no, they're not. Oh, I can't go back from here. Oh no. Oh yeah, this thing. Okay. Okay. Let's fucking go. No! The very idea that there are opposite sexes unnecessarily polarizes women and men. It isolates us from one another and exaggerates our differences. It provides the framework for us to project other opposite pairs onto female and male, femininity and masculinity. Thus, we assume that men are aggressive and women are passive. Men are tough and women are weak. Men are patriarchal. Men are practical and women are emotional. Men are big and women are small, and so on. As a culture, we regularly buy into this way of thinking, despite the fact that we all encounter countless exceptions that prove these assumptions incorrect. women who are aggressive, tough, practical, and or big, and men who are passive, weak, emotional, and or small. This idea of opposites creates expectation. This idea of opposites creates expectations for femaleness and femininity, and maleness masculinity, that all people are encouraged to meet, and simultaneously delegitimizes all behaviors that do not fit these ideals. For example, people regularly make comments about women who are aggressive, while male acts of aggressions are rarely commented on, as aggression is built into our preconception of maleness and masculinity. Similarly, people often make a big deal over men who cry in public, but not over women who do the same, as expressing emotion is built into our presumptions of femininity and femaleness. Sometimes these exceptional behaviors are further dismissed as illegitimate and unnatural through the use of gender-specific insults. E.g., an aggressive woman might be called a bitch. An emotional man might be called a wimp or a sissy. I have not actually heard people use these words since maybe like the 90s. I wasn't even alive back then. Many opponents of this view of gender refer to it as the binary gender system, which implies that it is going to the sissy boy in the train station. Yeah, there's a sissy boy in the train station. I think I know which train station you're talking about. Unless you do not live in the Netherlands, I don't know. Many opponents of this view of gender refer to it as the binary gender system, which implies that its problematic nature stems primarily from the fact that it consists of only two classes, male and female. Idea, but there are multiple. The one I was thinking of was Eindhoven. Okay, the one I was thinking of was fucking Amsterdam South. Those places are fairly far apart, I think. Personally, I think there's one in Utrecht as well. Oh, I don't remember. Personally, I do not think that there is necessarily any harm in us recognizing that there are two major categories of sex, so long as we realize these categories are neither discrete nor mutually exclusive, and that we remain respectful of the fact that many people have exceptional sex characteristics and gender inclinations. In fact, as a trans person having spent most of my life battling gender dissonance, I don't have the privilege that others have of being able to presume that the femaleness or maleness of my body or mind is entirely meaningless, superficial, or unimportant. I have found that my physical sex, how it relates to my subconscious sex, is incommensurably important to me. Incommensurably important to me. Okay. Every time I pass by the sissy boy at the train station, I'm like, wow, those clothes are so cute. Internet got out again for a second. Okay, I'll be right back and check up on that. I think there might be a problem if it's this fucking frequent. Okay. There was a slightly loose plug in the internet router modem thing, whatever the fuck it is. Hopefully, that is just fixed now. Whoa. Okay. I also realized I still owe someone a snack time, so. There we go. I love the dark. I love the dark. It's my favorite place. Dark is a place. Straw baby. Baby made a straw. Why are they called strawberries anyway? Like, it's not what they're called in Dutch at all. Aardbei. Bay. Aardbei. Where does that word even come from? I don't know. Much to learn about strawberries. Ah! Yeah, I don't know what I expected to happen there. I would argue that the major problem with the binary gender system is not that it is binary, as most physical sex characteristics and gender inclinations appear to be bimodal in nature, but rather that it facilitates the naive and oppressive belief that women and men are opposites. Because the idea that women or men are opposite sexes automatically creates assumptions and stereotypes that are directly applied to each sex. I call this view of gender oppositional sexism. Ooh-wee. A word. I actually accidentally zoomed out a little bit. Right. Yeah, that's still readable on stream. Not only does oppositional sexism form the framework that fosters the entrenchment of traditional sexism, the idea that maleness and masculinity are superior to femaleness and femininity, it marginalizes those of us who have exceptional sexual and gender traits. It accomplishes this, in part, by invalidating our natural inclinations and sex characteristics. A gay man's attraction to men is not seen to be as legitimate as that of a heterosexual woman. A trans man's male identity is not seen to be as valid as that of a cissexual man. A male-bodied transgender person's femininity is not seen to be as authentic as a cisgender woman's. And intersex bodies are not considered to be as natural as non-intersex female and male bodies. Which is weird, because by definition, almost intersex stuff you get at birth. Oppositional sexism delegitimizes exceptional gender and sexual traits, and can also create hostility and fear towards those who display them. For example, the fact that I am a lesbian or a transsexual really shouldn't have any bearing on anyone else's gender or sexuality. After all, gender inclinations are not contagious. However, people who have not given any critical thought to their own sexual orientation, subconscious sex, and/or gender expression, and who therefore derive their own identities from oppositional assumptions about my gender, may feel that their sexuality and gender are threatened by my existence. Okay. Okay, I checked on something and I completely lost where I was. Okay, there we go. After all, if you believe that a woman is defined as someone who is not male, masculine, or attracted to women, and that a man is defined as someone who is not female, feminine, or attracted to men, then the fact that I have changed my sex, or that I am a woman who is attracted to other women, will inevitably bring everyone else's gender and sexuality into question. Because my lesbian and trans status appear to blur the very meaning of woman, other women might feel that I somehow undermine their own sense of femaleness. While some men might fear that if they were to become attracted to me, it might undermine their own maleness. So in a sense, the notion of opposite sexes intertwines all of our genders and sexualities with one another. Shout out to trans lesbians, by the way. I looked it up in the bay part of Ardbeg. It's just a French-derived word for berry. Huh. Can we pretend that death didn't happen? Because I was not fucking focusing at all. God. There we go. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm already 10 pages in. Fucking hell. We're not even remotely halfway through the chapter yet. Ah. You think the French introduced Dutch people to strawberries? Is that why the word is like that? Kind of like how orange carrots were like specifically bred in the Netherlands, but now they're like universal or something. It's not related at all. What am I fucking talking about? This one just reminds me of the other. Whatever. This interconnectedness of genders helps explain why we are encouraged to modify our own behaviors to better fit gender norms, and why we go out of our way to gender appropriate and to distinguish gender, and to just discourage gender inappropriate. Oh my god, the way she like combines words confuses me a lot of the time. This interconnectedness of genders helps explain why we are encouraged to modify our own behaviors to better fit gender norms, and why we go out of our way to encourage gender appropriate and to discourage gender inappropriate behavior in others. Like, why does this one have a little dash, but this one doesn't? Huh? Like, why? What are you, Dutch? Dutch language loves to do this shit like that. English does not. The countless approving or disapproving comments that we make about other people's gender presentations, identities, and behaviors create an atmosphere in which many people with exceptional gender and sexual traits feel they have to remain closeted. It also causes people with typical gender inclinations and sex characteristics to become self-conscious and on guard, as their gender may be brought into question at any time. Thus, oppositional sexism exacerbates gender anxiety in all people, and is a major factor responsible for most of the prejudice and discrimination directed at sexual minorities. Unfortunately, one of the most common ways in which exceptional gender and sexual traits try to counter such discrimination is by neutralizing the significance of their particular exceptional traits, while simultaneously emphasizing the ways in which they otherwise uphold oppositional sexist ideals. For example, many people who are attracted to members of their own sex have tried to convince the predominantly straight mainstream product that we're just like you except for our sexual orientation. This, of course, plays down the reality that many people who identify as bisexual, gay, or lesbian also have exceptional gender expressions, sex characteristics, and/or subconscious sexes. At the same time, many people in the transgender community have tried to neutralize their exceptional gender traits by stressing their heterosexuality. Some transsexuals insist that their goal is to become normal women or men. God, the word normal is so fucking loaded to me. Jesus. I.e., straight with appropriate gender expression. And male cross-dressers often emphasize the fact that they identify as men and are attracted to women, i.e., normal subconscious sex and sexual orientation. This is one big reason why I don't consider femboys, quote unquote, to be trans misogyny affected. This shit happens a lot. The obvious problem with all of these approaches is that they marginalize those who have multiple exceptional gender and sexual traits, and their limited success is ultimately due to the fact that they attempt to cure the symptom, homophobia, transphobia, etc., rather than the source of the problem, oppositional sexism. After all, the reason the mainstream public regularly confuses homosexuals, bisexuals, transgender people, and intersex people is that in their eyes, we all represent the same thing. We are all often lumped together as queer, exceptions that challenge the mainstream oppositional exceptions that challenge the mainstream oppositional assumptions about gender. Therefore, while it is important to educate people about the distinctions between different gender inclinations and sex characteristics, and the unique identities, issues, and challenges each minority group faces because of those specific differences, it is also important to stand together to challenge the myth that women and men are opposites. Oh, there we are. We're reconnected, I guess. What? Ah, my internet fucking hates me today. My internet is transphobic. What the fuck am I doing? Okay. Having me sick. Huh. Okay. We're back, yeah, we're back. Okay. In my experience as a trans activist, I found the biggest obstacle facing those who fall under the queer or LGBTIQ umbrella with regards to coming together to challenge oppositional sexism is primarily a conceptual one. Over the years, different queer subgroups have each developed their own theories and language to describe and communicate their particular struggles. Many of these concepts, while effective in single inclination activism, are counterproductive in the fight against oppositional sexism because they marginalize and make invisible the experiences of other queers. For example, the gay rights movement has historically framed much of their activism around the premise that heterosexuals oppress homosexuals. This oversimplification creates the false impression that homosexual and heterosexual people are opposites, an idea that marginalizes bisexuals. Further, the terms most commonly used to describe the prejudice faced by lesbians and gay men, homophobia and heterosexism, mistakenly imply that queer people are primarily discriminated against because of their sexual orientation. This is a false assumption, as those in the lesbian and gay communities who arguably face the harshest discrimination from the straight world are those who exhibit exceptional gender expression, i.e., outwardly feminine gay men and butch lesbian women. This privileging of sexual orientation over other gender inclinations has allowed some gay rights activists to exclude gender variant people from their movement, under the premise that they are focused on sexual orientation, not gender identity or expression, while simultaneously claiming that the prejudice and violence faced by transgender people is the result of homophobia. That's kind of funny. This appropriation of gender variant experiences and struggles by single issue gay rights activists seems to serve the sole purpose of placing cisgendered gays and lesbians atop the queer pecking order. Any movement whose goal is to truly end prejudice against all queer people must begin by replacing gay-specific phrases like heterosexism with more inclusive ones, such as oppositional sexism, that are equally respectful of all exceptional gender and sexual traits, and which acknowledge the fact that, in many cases, homophobia and transphobia are indistinguishable phenomena. Okay. How are we holding up so far? I feel like this stream is going to be really, really long. I'm doing it for 4 people. Awesome.
Yummy snack.
Jesus. Okay. Secret.
Yummy Slurpee.
Hmm. What about Sissy Boys? Sissy Boy is a store. It's a clothing store, which for some reason shows up a lot on train stations in the Netherlands. I don't think I've seen it outside of a train station, actually. Okay. The transgender movement, which was primarily made up of those excluded by mainstream gay rights groups, has conceptual and linguistic problems of its own. Is this a Netherlands specific thing? I don't know, maybe. Let me look it up. Let me look up the store brand. Sissy Boy, founded in 1982, was a Dutch high street clothing and accessories chain. Okay, yeah, it's in the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg. It's very, very Benelux. Yeah, thought it would be an English store because of the name, but yeah, like from England. Okay. The transgender movement, which was primarily made up of those excluded by mainstream gay rights groups, has conceptual and linguistic problems of its own. The fact that at least two overlapping classes of people, those with exceptional gender expressions and those with exceptional subconscious sexes, have been subsumed by the category transgender, has created a lot of unnecessary tension and confusion. The result is that at least two different and largely incompatible views of gender have gained hold in this community. The first one, which is forwarded by many transsexuals, can be summed up by the popular phrase, sex is in the body and gender is in the mind. While this saying is useful to convey why a transsexual might want to change their physical sex to their matched identified sex, it oversimplifies the concept of gender. The fact that the word gender is a shorthand for subconscious sex inadvertently privileges subconscious sex over gender expression. Further, it mistakenly implies that more socially influenced aspects of gender, such as gender identity and gender roles, as well as one's ability or willingness to conform to oppositional sexist ideals, stem directly from one's subconscious sex, which is most certainly not true. People who espouse this view often look down on those who identify outside of male-female binary, or who express combinations of masculinity and femininity, presuming that these groups do not represent serious or true transgender people. Okay. A different view is held by those transgender people who insist that gender itself is entirely constructed. Many feel empowered by this idea because it frees their exceptional gender traits from the social stigma inherent in oppositional sexism. But it also oversimplifies the concept of gender by dismissing the possibility that there are any intrinsic inclinations, such as subconscious sex and gender expression, that contributes to our gender identities and gender roles, respectively. This sort of thinking, when taken to the extreme, can privilege those people who are predisposed towards being bigendered and bisexual. In this scenario, someone who feels comfortable identifying outside of male-female gender binary, expressing combinations of both femininity and masculinity, or having sexual relations with both male and female-bodied people, may falsely assume that their bi inclinations represent a natural state that is present in all other people. From this bisexist perspective, people who identify exclusively as either female or male, feminine or masculine, homosexual or heterosexual, are assumed to have developed such preferences as a result of being duped by binary gender norms and socialization. This view has also led to the creation of another oppositional binary of sorts, pitting those transgender people who identify outside the gender binary and who are therefore presumed to challenge gender norms against transsexuals, were accused of supporting the gender status quo by transitioning to their identified sex. I feel like you can still see the remnants of that today with the idea of, like, the binary trans woman and the binary trans man, right? This idea that, like, being a trans woman is somehow more gender conforming than being some form of non-binary. There's a little bit of that still today. I'm not actually sure if going this route progresses through this, like, story or not. Okay, yes, it does. Welcome to the hard part. After these dialogue skips. No! Okay. Such arguments that bigendered and genderqueer people are more radical or queer than transsexuals are highly reminiscent of similarly naive accusations made in the past by homosexuals who argued that they were more radical or queer than bisexuals. The creation of such radical conservative gender binaries are both self-absorbed and anti-queer, as they dismiss the very real discrimination transsexuals and bisexuals face in favor of establishing pecking orders within the queer community. These examples demonstrate how gender theories designed to free certain people from gender-related stigma or oppression can often inadvertently marginalize other sexual minorities, or even worse, create new gender hierarchies that are just as oppressive as the initial system. There are several telltale signs of flawed gender theories.
Oh.
First, we should be aware of any gender theory that makes the assumption that there is one right or natural way to be gendered or to be sexual. Such theories are typically narcissistic in nature, as they merely reveal the designer's desire to cast themselves on top of the gender hierarchy. Further, if one presumes there's only one right or natural way to be gendered... Nice burp, thanks. I should have mentioned before, but quite a thematic game and book combo. Further, if one presumes there is only one right or natural way to be gendered, then the only way to explain why some people display typical gender and sexual traits while others display exceptional ones is by surmising that one of those two groups is being intentionally led astray somehow. Indeed, this is exactly what the religious right argues when they invent stories about homosexuals who actively recruit young children via the gay agenda. Those who claim that we are all born with bisexual, androgynous, or gender-neutral tendencies, only to be molded into heterosexual masculine men and feminine women via socialization and gender norms, use a similar strategy. I take issue with any theory that suggests that people are so easily duped into leading such contrived sexual and gendered lives, as my own exceptional gender inclinations have been too strong and persistent to be ignored or reshaped by society. And while oppositional sexism certainly leads many people to closet their gender inclinations, I find it difficult to believe that the vast majority of people are hiding their true genders and sexualities, or have resigned themselves to accepting wholly artificial ones. I would argue that our culture's oppositional gender system can only be held so firmly in place because it resonates with the majority's gender inclinations, that most, but not all, men gravitate toward masculinity and women to femininity. Oh, that was not good. No! I fucked it up. Second, we should be aware of any theory that attempts to oversimplify gender. It is common for articles or books about gender to begin by defining gender in an exclusive way, such as whether a person is feminine or masculine, i.e. expression gender roles, whether they identify as female or male, i.e. subconscious sex gender identity, or whether they behave according to the social norms associated with each sex. These assumptions severely limit the terms of the debate. The truth is that any dialogue about gender must begin with the acknowledgement that the word gender has scores of meanings. and all of them must be seriously considered if we hope to have an honest and fruitful discussion on the subject. Thus, theories that rely on either strictly gender essentialist or social constructionist definitions of gender, or that privilege certain gender inclinations over others, are destined to be inadequate in explaining the vast diversity of gender and sexual traits that exists in the world, and will inevitably make invisible certain will inevitably ah, and will inevitably make invisible certain sexual minorities. Finally, we should question a view of gender founded on gender entitlement. When we project our own gender-based assumptions and opinions onto other people's behaviors and bodies, we necessarily erase the distinctness of their individual genders and sexualities. Each of us has a unique experience with gender, and one that is influenced by a host of extrinsic factors, such as culture, religion, race, economic class, upbringing, and ability, as well as intrinsic factors including our anatomy, genetic and hormonal makeup, subconscious sex, sexual orientation, and gender expression. Together, these factors help determine the gendered experience we are exposed to, as well as the ways we process and make sense of them. For this reason, no person is capable of fully understanding our own gendered perspectives and experiences, nor are we able to presume the gendered histories, desires, motives, and perceptions of others. As a transsexual, I have been fortunate enough to have had the rather rare and surreal experience of being perceived by others as both a woman and a man, as homosexual and heterosexual, as feminine, masculine, and gender ambiguous at different points in my life. People treated me in vastly different ways in each case, and the assumptions they made about my gender and sexuality often had little to do with my own identity and life history. As a gender activist, I believe that it's crucial for us to find a As a gender activist, I believe that it's crucial for us to finally recognize this massive difference that exists between perception and personal experience. While I do not believe there is an impenetrable wall that separates women from men or queers from straights, I do believe that one exists between our own experiential gender, which we live, feel, and experience firsthand, and the genders of others, which we merely perceive or make presumptions about but can never truly know in a tangible way. It is time for discourses in gender and sexuality to acknowledge this great divide, to move beyond the insolent rhetoric of gender entitlement and one-size-fits-all gender theories. We must stop projecting what we wish were true about gender and sexuality onto other people, and instead learn to yield to their unique individual identities, experiences, and perspectives. Okay. Give me a sec. Okay.
Yummy Slurpee.
Thank you. It's really starting to get warm in my room.
Yummy Snack.
Fuck yeah. Give me treats and snacks. This fucking pack will let me have one. Fuck. Where are my scissors? There we go. No! Fuck. I think they're a fucking menace. Okay. Pathological science. Debunking sexological and sociological models of transgenderism. Oh boy. Oh, this is going to be a fun one. The rise of modern medicine and psychology over the last 2 centuries has generated a large amount of interest and investigation into the origins and expressions of human gender and sexuality. Researchers in what is sometimes called the field of sexology have tried to take a multidisciplinary approach, applying their various expertise in psychology, medicine, epidemiology, endocrinology, and sociology to better understand the nature of both typical and exceptional forms of sex, gender, and sexuality. However, in a climate so permeated by traditional and oppositional sexism, it's virtually impossible to complete a specific inquiry from one's own personal and political views. While some sexologists, such as Magnus Hirschfeld and Alfred Kinsey, oh, I recognize those names, seem to have been driven by a desire to make the world safe for those who differ from sexual and gender norms, others have sought to erase or eradicate those exceptional genders and sexualities instead. Something stuck in my teeth. While these latter researchers likely consider themselves well-intentioned, they have left a legacy in which naturally occurring exceptional sex characteristics and gender inclinations are routinely viewed as abnormalities, paraphilias, and pathologies. One of the most active areas of sexological study has been transsexuality. And that work was possible because trans people have often been required to subject themselves to research in order to gain access to hormones and surgery. This dependent relationship was instituted by the Harry Benjamin International Gender Dysphoria Association, HBIGDA. I'm not gonna fucking remember that. Oh, she keeps using it. HBIGDA. It does not roll off the tongue. A professional organization that sets the guidelines for the psychiatric, psychological, medical, and surgical management of gender identity disorders. Until 1998, the HBIGDA standards of care stated that any and all recommendations for sex reassignment surgery and hormone therapy should be made only by clinical behavioral scientists, because these medical procedures are prerequisites for obtaining a legal change of sex in the United States. The psychiatric community, as well as other psychologists, physicians, and sexologists who had a hand in establishing standards of care, has become positioned as gatekeepers of medical and legal sex reassignment. During the last half century, this group has amassed a large body of research on the subjects of transsexuality and transgenderism that has very much shaped the way our culture views and values transgender people, as well as how transgender people come to understand themselves. However, this body of research, though presented as scientific and objective, reveals more about the researchers' biases and assumptions than it does about the transgender population. Exciting. I fucking hate the internet so fucking much. I think we're back. Yeah, okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Oh, okay, I didn't know that was a shortcut. Bitch. No! I tried to jump on it. Fuck. At least it tends to go during gameplay. Yeah, I'm happy about that. I don't mind rereading a page. It does happen though. Oh, okay. Oppositional sexism and sex reassignment. As I mentioned in previous chapters, trans people who have a subconscious sex that is not in concordance with their physical sex often suffer from gender dissonance, which is best thought of as the psychological strain of having to constantly pretend to be a member of a gender with which they do not identify. Over the years, sexologists have tried everything imaginable to cure trans people. To cure trans people of gender dissonance, including psychoanalysis, aversion, and electroshock therapies, administering assigned sex-consistent hormones, i.e. androgens for male body to trans people, estrogens for conversion therapy, basically, and psychotropic drugs, all to no avail. The only thing that has ever been shown to successfully alleviate gender dissonance is allowing the trans person to live in their identified gender. There is an extraordinary amount of historical and anthropological evidence to further support this strategy, as trans people across cultures and throughout history have chosen to live as members of the other sex, often taking on the roles, manner of dress, and or occupations associated with their identified genders, and, in some cases, physically and hormonally altering their bodies via castration. Ooh. In the last century, advances in medicine have offered trans people the opportunity to physically transition via hormones and surgery. In addition to socially transitioning, one of the most prominent advocates for allowing this option was endocrinologist Harry Benjamin, for whom HBIGDA was later named. Benjamin's first encounter with trans people took place in the early 1920s, when an MTF spectrum individual sought his help in obtaining female hormones in order to induce female development. A request which Benjamin eventually fulfilled and which led to emotional improvement on the part of the trans person. Over the years, Benjamin met with countless trans people, often through referrals from other sexologists, and was apparently struck by their desperation. The failure of conventional therapies, such as psychotherapy, to relieve their pain, the medical and psychiatric community's general unwillingness to take their requests to physically transition seriously, and the fact that many turned to suicide or self-castration when their only option was to remain their assigned sex. The Harry Benjamin International Gender Dysphoria Association. Yeah, that was named over here in the book. Was here. I've already done nearly 20 pages. I'm gonna probably call a break time soon. Next time I die, I guess. Next time I die, break time. Fuck you! Love is all safe zone they make. Ooh, can't see me. Can't see me. Whoa! Haha. They don't know where I am. This is what I mean by I hate the enemies in Celeste and how slightly inconsistent they feel to interact with. I swear. Oh my god. Since sex reassignment surgery was not generally available in the United States at the time, Benjamin focused on the use of hormone replacement therapy, which he found went a long way toward easing gender dissonance in trans people. While he believed that sex reassignment surgery should be made available to the more serious and intense cases, he also advocated the use of hormones to relieve gender dissonance in those trans people who were not able or did not want to fully transition to the other sex. In his 1966 book, The Transsexual Phenomenon, Benjamin outlined a 7-point Kinsey-esque scale to describe people on the MTF spectrum, ranging from what he called pseudo-transvestites to true transsexuals. Pseudo-transvestite. I don't know. That's a fun phrase. Though it was flawed in some respects, his scale did acknowledge that there was a large variation among trans people in terms of their wanting to temporarily, partially, or completely transition to the other sex, and whether that transition would be of a social, hormonal, or surgical nature. Oh, itchy back. There we go. But as transsexuality gained more attention, almost all of it negative, from the mainstream media and the psychiatric and medical establishments, there was increasing pressure to placate the public's prejudices and fears about sex reassignment. In response, many of those who were positioning themselves as gatekeepers argued in favor of an approach that was quite different from the one Benjamin initially advocated, one that would regulate and limit the availability of hormones in sex reassignment procedures. Only those trans people who would be able to successfully blend into society as normal women and men. According to this strategy, the gatekeeper's job was to sort out the true transsexuals, who would be allowed to fully transition, from all other trans people who would be denied any medical intervention other than psychotherapy. This highly dichotomous approach to treating trans people reflected the fact that most other sexologists who became involved in transsexuality, such as John Money, is that a real last name? Jesus. Such as John Money, who pioneered the who pioneered the use of non-consensual genital surgeries on intersex infants, and Richard Green, who is renowned for his use of behavioral modification to eliminate femininity in young boys, seemed to be primarily interested in curing, i.e., eliminating sex, gender, and sexuality related ambiguities. Okay. With that, I'm going to call a break. Alright, we're back. I'm gonna have to cut off the music again. Blah.
Uh,
There we go, audio back. No! Oh my god. Uh... Alright. Reading time. Right, okay. Please update chat on my phone. I didn't do that all the time. Come on. Okay. There we go. By the late 1960s, with the establishment of several U.S. gender identity clinics and the publication of Green and Money's medical anthology, Transsexualism and Sex Reassignment, a standard protocol for dealing with people who requested sex reassignment had started to emerge. These guidelines for treatment were later codified with the release of the original HBIGDA Standards of Care in 1979. Well, they have evolved somewhat over time, especially since the mid-1990s, when the HBIGDA finally began to incorporate changes suggested by the transgender community. They follow the same basic outline today. While this chapter is largely written in past tense to remain grammatical consistency, it should be said that most gatekeepers today still follow this same basic protocol. and many still evaluate their trans clients based on the oppositional and traditional sexist criteria that I discussed throughout this chapter. The first step in this process was a period of psychotherapy, lasting at least 3 months, often more, during which time a mental health professional would evaluate the client. If the trans person received a recommendation from that therapist, which today comes in the form of a diagnosis of gender identity disorder or GID, they would then be allowed to begin their real life test, a 1 or 2 year period during which they were required to live full time in their identified sex. If the real life test was deemed successful by both the transsexual and the therapist, the trans person would be eligible for hormone replacement therapy. In those cases where hormones were not prescribed before, trans person would be eligible for hormone replacement therapy. In those cases where hormones were not prescribed before or concurrent with real life tests, and sex reassignment surgery, which usually required a recommendation from a second mental health professional. Hey, that 2-year test feels fucking scary. I don't know how else to put it. Like, let's make a transgender person try to pass and live as the gender they want to be, but without any of the aid of like hormone therapy or anything, to prove whether they're a real transsexual. Fucking insane. Like, you're just exposing a bunch of people who like extra transphobia for no reason, it feels like. While the gatekeepers consistently argued that these methods were designed to protect the transsexual, the way that they were executed, especially prior to the mid-1990s, reveals an underlying agenda. Yeah, the pressure of performing surely won't impact results. Yeah, like, you ask a person without any kind of access to hormone treatments or anything they actually want to try to live as the opposite sex for 2 years, in which they will probably not pass and face a ton of transphobia to prove whether they're real trans or not. Like, you're just exposing them to so much more harm. Okay, let's keep reading. Wait, you're a streamer? No. I'm not on Twitch, you're imagining it. While the gatekeepers consistently argued that these methods were designed to protect the transsexual, the way they were executed, especially prior to the mid-1990s, reveals an underlying agenda. Whether unconscious or deliberate, the gatekeepers clearly sought to 1. Minimize the number of transsexuals who transitioned, 2. Ensure that most people who did transition would not be gender ambiguous in any way, 3. Make certain that those transsexuals who fully transitioned would remain silent about their trans status. These goals were clearly disadvantageous to transsexuals, as they limited trans people's ability to obtain relief from gender dissonance and served to isolate trans people from one another, thus rendering them invisible. Rather, these goals were primarily designed to protect the cissexual public from their own gender anxiety by ensuring that most cissexuals would never come face to face with someone they knew to be transsexual. Yeah. From my understanding, that, like, waiting period for hormone therapy is still practiced in a lot of cases. It's not really changed that much in the last 10 years, I don't think. I don't actually know. I don't really make it a habit to ask my trans friends how their fucking transition's going, I guess. Not really any of my business. Okay. The gatekeeper's attempts to suppress the number of trans people allowed to transition occurred at virtually every step of the sex reassignment process. For example, the gender identity clinics that were established to treat and carry out research on trans people often accepted only a small percentage of those who applied to their programs. For example, the program at Johns Hopkins University only approved 24 for the first 2,000 requests they received for sex reassignment surgery. 2,000. Jesus. And while simply being accepted into one of these programs was not a guarantee that one would be allowed to transition. First, the trans person had to undergo extensive, sometimes indefinite periods of psychotherapy designed to evaluate whether or not they met the psychiatrist's criteria for true transsexuals, rather than the arguably more important task of preparing the trans person for the emotional and physical changes associated with transitionals. Transitioning. Transitionals? Those who received recommendations were required to continue in therapy through the entire transitioning process, i.e., until after surgery. This requirement of several years of psychotherapy, in addition to the expenses of hormones, surgery, and procedures that were generally not covered by health insurance, created a huge financial burden that severely limited the number of people who would have the economic means to transition in the first place. Those who were allowed to begin the real-life tests often faced additional obstacles, as some gender identity clinics and early versions of the HBIGDA standards of care, that will never roll off the tongue, required trans people to begin their tests prior to starting hormone replacement therapy. Since an extraordinarily small percentage of the trans people are able to physically pass as their identified sex without the aid of hormones, this unnecessarily exposed the transsexual to all sorts of discrimination, harassment, and potential violence, exactly like I said. This postponing of hormones essentially perverted the real-life test, turning it into little more than a hazing period designed to weed out transsexuals who were the least passable in their identified sex. The gatekeepers also kept the number of transitioned transsexuals low by requiring them to conform to oppositional sexist ideals regarding gender. This was primarily achieved by making passing a prerequisite for transitioning. Such criteria ensured that cis-sexual prejudices about the preferred sizes and shapes of female and male bodies would be the ultimate arbiters of whether a trans person will be allowed to transition or not. Not only did the trans person have to physically pass as their identified sex, they needed to exhibit the appropriate sexual orientation, heterosexual, and gender expression, masculinity for men, femininity for women, trans women. Really? They forced trans people to be fucking straight? Jesus. Many critics have pointed to these restrictions, particularly the fact that trans people who professed an attraction to members of their identified sex were regularly denied recommendations for transitioning, as evidence of heterosexism or homophobia among the gatekeepers. Unfortunately, such accusations are overly simplistic and somewhat misplaced. Oh, I kind of hate this chapter. Oh. Yeah, that counts. We're gonna be here a while. Good skin. Thanks, I made it myself. If anything, the gatekeepers were first and foremost cis-sexist rather than heterosexist. After all, the requirement that trans people had to be heterosexual in their identified sex was enforced long after homosexuality had been removed from the DSM. Furthermore, the gatekeepers were not only restricting exceptional sexual orientation in transsexuals, but exceptional gender expression as well. So while the gatekeepers generally acknowledged that cissexuals varied significantly in their sexual orientations and gender expressions, they chose to hold transsexuals to a completely different and more rigid set of standards. By focusing so intensely on the transsexual's ability to pass and conform to oppositional sexist notions of gender, the gatekeepers reduced the issue of relieving trans people's gender dissonance to a secondary, if not marginal, concern. For example, prominent and frequently cited research articles that attempted to assess the efficacy of sex reassignment often relied on factors designed to measure the transsexual's ability to pass, without considering whether or not transitioning improved the emotional well-being of the trans person. The tendency to dismiss the profound pain associated with gender dissonance can also be found in the countless condescending remarks that appear in research articles referring to transsexuals as being impatient and characterizing their desire for sex reassignment as obsessive and compulsive. This insensitivity towards trans people's pain that the gatekeepers were indicates that the gatekeepers were far more concerned with protecting the cissexual world from the existence of transsexuality than they were with treating trans people's gender dissonance. Perhaps nothing demonstrates this better than how the gatekeepers' willingness to deny trans people treatment, despite knowing how common it was for this group to become depressed and suicidal when unable to transition, solely based on the superficial criteria of trans people's appearances. Because relief from gender dissonance depended on one's ability to live up to these rigid and oppositional sexist expectations, trans people quickly learned, by both reading the research articles and through conversations with other transsexuals, exactly what they needed to say and how they needed to act in order to procure a recommendation for hormones and sex reassignments. For example, most trans women understood that they needed to show up for their psychotherapy appointments wearing dresses and makeup, expressing stereotypically feminine mannerisms, insisting that they had always felt like a woman trapped inside men's bodies, and that they'd identified as female since they were small children, that they were attracted to men but currently avoided intimate relationships because they did not see themselves as homosexual, and that they were repulsed by their own penises. Those who did not follow the script risked having their request for sex reassignment denied. That's another thing I still hear today. Absolutely. You have to like play up the idea of having always known and certain scripts you have to follow for accessing treatment. It's still the same shit. I'm not going for strawberries anymore. This stream is running along. Uh...
Yummy snack.
Alright. It's a yummy treat for reading so much.
Yummy Slurpee.
Oh, right. Cutscene with this guy. Whatever. You're not important. Oh, right. I think I need to go through that door. Okay. Right. Right, take a sip. Of course, the gatekeepers eventually realized that many, if not most, trans people were merely telling them what they wanted to hear. And their resentment around this can be found in the articles they have published. Which often contain descriptors of transsexuals as being deceptive and liars. Apparently, they found it more productive to vent about their experiences in the medical literature, rather than question the legitimacy of their true transsexual archetype, or acknowledge the role that their own oppositional sexist assumptions played in forcing trans people to lie in order to obtain relief from gender dissonance. It is particularly hypocritical that gatekeepers accuse trans people of being liars, as their own protocols typically directed transsexuals to lie about their paths after transitioning. How the page count that you've reached? I am currently on page 93, which means I've died about 20 times already. In what seems to be a complete contradiction of the most basic tenets of psychotherapy, trans people were required to invent gender-consistent, i.e. cis-sexual stories for themselves, so that if they were ever questioned about their past, they would not have to reveal their trans status. While this requirement was purportedly put in place to protect transsexual from the cis-sexual public, it is clear that what concerned the gatekeepers was most was protecting the cis-sexual public from the transsexual. Proof of this exists in documents of trans people who were open about being transsexual, or who attempted to financially capitalize on that status, for example, by becoming entertainers or revealing their stories to the public, being described as sociopathic in the medical literature. Canonical writings in transsexuality also argued that for transsexuals embarking on their transitions, a change in geographic location is almost mandatory, and that continued association with an employer should be terminated so as to avoid any embarrassment to the employer. Emphasis mine. Regarding family, gatekeepers suggested young children are better told that their parents are divorcing and that daddy will be living far away and probably unable to see them. At every turn, the gatekeepers prioritized their concern for the feelings of cissexuals who are related to or acquainted with the transsexual over the trans person. We must protect the children. Fuck protecting children. Kill your shitty child. Ah! Kill your shitty child. I hate children. The gatekeeper's requirement that transsexuals so completely hide their trans status created innumerable obstacles for trans people. The shame and self-loathing that is associated with living in the closet, having to cut off relationship with family and friends, thus eliminating any possible social support system that they may have had previously, having to look for a new job in a new location without being able to reference their past employment history and while continuing to pay the therapy and medical bills necessary to complete their transition. All this all of this on top of having to navigate their way through the world in their identified gender for the first time. Because of the combination of all these stresses, it was not uncommon for transsexuals to become highly depressed or suicidal post-transition. Often, gatekeepers would assume that such problems stemmed from the transsexuals' own gender issues rather than from the closeted and isolated lives they were forced to lead. For example, one transsexual who became depressed primarily because of her fears that others would discover her trans status and that she would be rejected if she were found out, was described by the gatekeepers as still struggling with the problem of gender identification. Can we kill therapists? Seems like they didn't want anyone to know trans people exist at all. Yeah. Yeah, very much so. But they don't want people to know about trans people because trans people are considered like a disturbance to the cissexual norm, right? What became lost in their gatekeeper discourse regarding transsexuality, especially with regards to incidents of post-transition depression and transsexual regret, was any distinction between the trans person gender dissonance and intrinsic matter and the emotional stress the transsexual experience as a result of having to deal with the gender anxiety of the cissexual public, which was an extrinsic matter. Indeed, the blurring of these separate issues was codified with the invention of the psychological term gender dysphoria, which made invisible cissexual gender anxiety by conflating it with a trans person's intrinsic gender dissonance. Okay. The regular use of the phrase by gatekeepers illustrates their assumption that it was the transsexual's responsibility to shape their lives around the cissexual public's prejudice against them. And while most gatekeepers surely saw themselves as treating trans people, their own insistence that trans people pass as cissexual and hide their trans status after transitioning only enabled societal sexism. Societal cis-sexism. Effemimania. Oh, I've heard that word before. I think we're back. I think we're back. Disconnected for a second. Hopefully nothing too bad. Okay. It did just die, so back to reading. Traditional sexism and effemimania. Gate and we're back again, and I don't know how much got cut off. I fucking hate the internet. We're back. Okay. I'm gonna reread the page from the top. I didn't miss much, I hope. Traditional sexism and effeminania. Gatekeepers also practice traditional sexism, as evident in the way their research and writings focused almost exclusively on MTF spectrum trans people. This occurred even though their own estimates typically showed MTF transsexuality to be nearly 3 times more prevalent than the FTM direction. Of course, as previously discussed, gatekeeper statistics were often just a reflection of their own biases. I.e., if they chose not to examine or treat you, you would not be counted as transsexual. Today, now that information and access to transitioning is more widely available, trans people seem to be transitioning in both directions at roughly equal rates. This strongly suggests that the higher rates of MTF transsexuality cited in the past were simply an artifact of the gatekeepers' preferences for studying and treating it. Like, keeping an eye on my internet bars. Not great. Not great. But we're still alive, so. Oh. Many attempts to explain the gatekeepers' focus on trans women over trans men have centered on the assumption that traditional sexism was occurring based on the trans person's assigned sex. For example, many have pointed out that trans women, having been raised male, tended to have more financial resources to afford the extremely costly therapies and procedures associated with transitioning. Others have argued that a female-bodied person who wanted to transition to male would be taken far less seriously than a male-bodied person who expressed a desire to transition to female. While the idea that a gatekeeper would take a man, quote-unquote, more seriously than a quote-unquote woman probably played some role in fostering this discrepancy, I would argue that, more often than not, traditional sexism tended to work in the other direction. In other words, the gatekeepers focused on MTF spectrum individuals not because of that group's male privilege per se, but because they considered male expressions of femininity to be more disturbing and potentially threatening to society than female expressions of masculinity. It's the trans misogyny. Oh, Scooby, we're really in it now. The idea that male femininity is more psychopathical. The idea that male femininity is. Actually, I'm gonna wait until the next page reading because this cuts off in an awkward place. What am I doing? Yeah, we're gaming. We're gaming. Oh god, we're still here. I forgot. Okay, not too bad. We're fucking doing it. God, I'm like constantly paranoid by my fucking internet cutting out at this point. Oh, this room. Oh, I hate this room. Okay. That's why I hate this room. Back to reading. Okay. How are we holding up in chat, by the way? 5 people on the... I think we're back. I think we're back. Okay. The idea that male femininity Okay, I swear to God. I have to figure out how the fuck Ethernet cables work before next time, I think. Because this is fucking miserable. Hello again. Okay. I just checked on my router again, and nothing's wrong with it. It just cuts out constantly. The idea that male femininity is more psychopathological than female masculinity can be found throughout the transgender-specific diagnoses in the most recent edition of the DSM. For example, the entry for transvestic fetishism, which exempts FDM spectrum trans people, is listed in the DSM as a paraphilia, a psychiatric category for sexual behaviors described as involving 1. Non-human objects, 2. The suffering or humiliation of oneself or one's partner, or 3. Children or other non-consenting persons. Transvestic fetishism diagnosis is written in such a vague way as to include most, if not all, heterosexual men who routinely cross-dress. Catherine Wilson, who writes for the GID Reform Advocates, an organization that works to reform the psychiatric classification of gender diversity as a mental disorder, has pointed out how this diagnosis, while targeting male-bodied people, is mired in traditional sexism. Curiously, women and gay men are free to wear whatever clothing they choose without a label of mental illness. This criterion serves to enforce a stricter standard of conformity for straight males than women or gay men. Its dual standard not only reflects the social privilege of heterosexual males in American culture, but promotes it. One implication is that biological males who emulate women with their lower social status are presumed irrational and mentally disordered, while biological females who emulate males are not. A second implication stereotypically associates femininity and cross-dressing with male homosexuality and serves to punish straight males who transgress this stereotype. A similar tactic of punishing femininity in boys more vigorously than masculinity in girls can be found in a DSM's gender identity disorder in children diagnosis. As Wilson points out, boys are inexplicably held to a much stricter standard of conformity than girls in their choice of clothing and activities. A simple preference for cross-dressing or simulating female attire meets the diagnostic criterion for boys but not for girls, who must insist on wearing only male clothing to merit diagnosis. The GID in children's diagnosis. Ooh. The GID in children's diagnosis has come under a lot of scrutiny since it was instituted in 1980, as it is often used as a justification for carrying out behavior modification, including inversion and electroshock therapies, on children in an attempt to eliminate their exceptional gender expression and prevent them from growing up to be queer. While children of both sexes have been subjected to these procedures, the lion's share of the research and funding for such projects has targeted femininity in boys rather than masculinity in girls. Wah! Hello, Rose. It is 67. We're fucking suffering. In fact, the largest grant awarded to this sort of research has gone to the Feminine Boy Project, which was like the mod you added to Madeline thing, which was conducted by Richard Green and summarized in his 1987 book, The Sissy Boy Syndrome and the Development of Homosexuality. Green, who is also a former HBIGDA president and co-editor of the book Transsexualism and Sex Reassignment, is just one of many researchers whose work seems to be primarily focused on studying all varieties of feminine or female-associated behaviors and inclinations in male-bodied people. I would describe much of this research as stemming from effemimania, an obsession with male femininity. One of the characteristic traits of effemimania research is that it tends to conflate feminine gender expression, male homosexuality, and MTF's transsexuality with one another, often treating them as though they were different symptoms of the same disease. This is evident in the theories psychiatrists and sexologists have offered to explain the etiology of these phenomenon. What does that word mean? Zach. Etiology. Medicine, the cause, set of causes, or manner of causation of a disease or condition. Okay. I've offered to explain the etiology of these phenomenon. The most common of these theories is that the combination of a dominant or smothering mother and a passive or distant father leads young boys to identify with their mothers and emulate their mothers' behaviors. Very Freudian, I think. This story, which was fiercely forwarded by the effeminiac fuck. This theory, which was fiercely forwarded by effeminiac psychiatrist Robert Stoller, has been regularly applied to both male homosexuality and MGF transsexuality. Variations on this theory remained popular in the psychiatric community for many decades, despite psychiatrists' inability to explain all or even most instances of male femininity. Another common theory is that a male child's developing brain may be inappropriately influenced by the mother's female hormones in utero. Others have suggested that both male homosexuality and MTF transsexuality may arise from X chromosome-specific mutations or genomic imprinting events that a mother passes on to her son, who is susceptible due to the fact that he has a single X chromosome. God. We hate femininity so fucking much that we classify it as a disease when it shows up in, like, people we want to be men. Right. Of course, the one thing that these theories all have in common, besides the fact that they all blame the mother for her son's effeminate inclinations, is that they cannot be applied to, nor do they even attempt to account for the existence of exceptional gender inclinations in those born and raised female. It's fucking cooties. It's legitimized cooties, is what it is. I'm gonna pick it back up here. Oh god. I swear to god one of my buttons got stuck. I love it when I have scientifically verified cooties. Wow, you have scientifically verified cooties? Me too. Yeah, let's just switch views. Effemimania in sexology has led to the creation of additional labels and subcategories for MTF spectrum trans people that are rarely, if ever, applied to FTM spectrum individuals. The most common of these is the distinction between transvestites and transsexuals. According to gatekeeper lore, transvestites are male-identified, are attracted to women, and show no interest in transitioning, while MTF transsexuals are female-identified, attracted to men, and wish to fully transition. Why do they have different terms? That doesn't make sense to me. I mean, it's transphobic reasoning, and I'm sure there's some bullshit logic to it, but whatever. Some gatekeepers continue to rely on such stereotypes despite the overwhelming evidence that such cut-and-dried categories do not exist. Some male transvestites are bisexual or gay, and many who seem heterosexual often fantasize about having sex with men. Many MTF transsexuals are bisexual or lesbians. Some MTF trans people choose to live full-time as women without undergoing sex reassignment. And a significant percentage of transvestites eventually come to identify as transsexual and seek out sex reassignment. What here is even the difference between transvestite and transsexual? I don't really get it. It's hatekeeper terms, of course. They will be stereotypical and arbitrary and exclusive, yeah. Another common meant to say gatekeeper, but that works very well too. Yeah, I like hatekeeper. They keep the hate. I love hating. Another common classification system specifically designed to describe variations among MTF spectrum individuals is the distinction between primary and secondary transsexuals. According to this model, primary transsexuals fit the classic archetype of true transsexuals that tend to become aware of their female gender identity very early in childhood. They are often very feminine throughout their lives, and they are generally attracted to men. Secondary transsexuals tend to discover their female gender identity much later in life, usually during puberty. They are typically less feminine than primary transsexuals, and they are usually attracted to women. A hypersexualized version of this model recently garnered attention with the publication of J. Michael Bailey's 2003 book, The Man Who Would Be Queen. That's the title. Bailey refers to primary type MTF transsexuals as being homosexual, and claims that they are merely feminine men whose decision to transition to female arises from their desire to be intimate with men. What? Bailey further claims that secondary type transsexuals are autogynephilic. That's the fucker. That's the motherfucker. Essentially men who are attracted to women and who seek sex reassignment because they are turned on by the idea of having female bodies themselves. God forbid you like your body. Liking your body is a disease. That sure is an opinion that people can have because freedom of opinion is real. Yeah, I've heard of the like autogynephile shit before. Fun to see it come up in this book. And despite the fact that the concept of autogynephilia, which was originally coined by fellow gatekeeper Ray Blanchard in the late 1980s, I hope he's dead, is based on dubious evidence and has never been scientifically substantiated. It also appears in a DSM. I love the DSM. It's so rigorous. Blanchard mentioned, boo! Now save your tomatoes. Tomatoes are too good for him. Throw shit at him. Of course, anyone who has spent any significant time in the transgender community beyond interviewing folks at a nearby gender identity clinic, a local cross-dressing support group, or the T slur bar scene. I'm still not sure if I'm allowed to say that. I don't know if I want to say that. Bailey apparently conducted much of this research. Realized that there are countless exceptions to all of these models. Rather than trying to shove all trans people into some rigid dichotomous model, one could instead easily explain the vast diversity that exists in the transgender population by assuming that gender expression, subconscious sex, and sexual orientation are determined largely independently of one another. As I did in Chapter 6, Intrinsic Inclinations, which we have already read. Right. I don't want to say the T-slur because, like, I have friends who have that lunged at them so fucking much. Some people are a bit more casual about it, I don't know. Not me. I hate this part. I hate this part. I hate this part. I hate this part. We are almost at page 100. We're at page 99. This would not only account for the variation seen amongst transgender people, but can also explain why some trans people consciously identify as the other sex from their earliest memories, while others come to this realization later in life. After all, prior to puberty, social distinction between girls and boys are almost solely based on gender expression and gender roles. Thus, a physically male child who has both a feminine gender expression and a female subconscious sex is likely to come to the conclusion that they are or should be a girl rather than a boy. On the other hand, if that same child were masculine in gender expression, they might initially identify as a boy, both because their physical sex and their tendency to exhibit stereotypically masculine behaviors, and might not become consciously aware of their female subconscious sex until puberty, when physical sex becomes the predominant distinguishing characteristic between females and males. This model can also explain why many cross-gender identified boys grow up to be gay or bisexual rather than transsexual. Their early cross-gender identification arises from their feminine gender expression rather than from a female subconscious sex. So if a relatively straightforward intrinsic inclination model can explain all of the variation among trans people on both the MTF and FDM spectrums, then why have so many gatekeepers continue to put forward the effemimaniac MTF-specific models that describe transgenderism? Because effemimania is first and foremost an expression of traditional sexism, and because the gatekeepers often work from the implicit assumption that femininity is inferior to masculinity, it should be no surprise that they feel should be no surprise that they view male transfemininity to be a greater concern than female masculinity. Such assumptions are illuminated in Phyllis Burke's 1996 book Gender Shock, which focuses heavily on Richard Green's Feminine Boy project. Burke describes Green's line of reasoning as involving a devaluation of all that is traditionally feminine when it appears strongly in a boy. Girls are not chosen as playmates by boys because they like them, they are chosen because they can be dominated, or are not a threat. Activities are not chosen because they are enjoyed, but because boys fail at activities are chosen not because they are enjoyed, but because boys fail at masculine activities. Because if the boys could succeed at masculine activities, why would they bother with feminine activities? Loving seeing posts on Reddit by trans men saying that this book isn't a good summary of trans femme issues. I don't think I've seen that personally, but when I initially conceptualized this stream like fucking months ago, in my head I looked up the book and one of the first things I saw was a review of the book complaining about the lack of a trans male perspective, and it's like, I don't know what to fucking tell ya. The book is literally one, yes, the book accounts for trans mass perspectives constantly. And two, it's written by someone who is a trans woman, and in the book itself, fairly early on, it states, like, this is her account of how, the whole transphobia thing works, right? Like, the book is trying to explain trans misogyny to you. Of course, it's going to be written from a trans femme perspective about trans feminine issues. Right. Oh, motherfucker. You fucking idiot. Get over here. Oh, God, I hate this fucking... Okay. Oh, come on! I got stuck on the fucking ledge! Oh. Welcome to page 100. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. This is 30 pages, this stream. Just this stream. Some might be inclined to view effemomania as simply a manifestation of homophobia or transphobia, but this would be inaccurate. Effemomania specifically targets femininity rather than homosexuality or transsexuality as a whole. For example, in her 1991 essay, How to Bring Your Kids Up Gay, The War on Effeminate Boys, Eve Kosofsky Sedgwick, I think. Eve Kosofsky Sedgwick discusses how Richard C. Friedman, a psychoanalyst and the author of Male Homosexuality, a Contemporary Psychoanalytic Perspective, speaks rather admirably about gay men who exhibit masculine traits while correlating adult gay male effeminacy with global character psychopathology. Wow, what a phrase. And what he calls the lower part of the psychostructural spectrum. And while all forms of transsexuality are still formally pathologized, it has been quite common for gatekeepers to claim that trans men are more psychologically stable than trans women. Often such comments are made without any further explanation, leading one to suspect that these characterizations stem from the gatekeeper's unspoken assumption that masculinity and the desire to be male are, in and of themselves, more rational and healthy tendency than femininity and the desire to be female. Another issue that seems to fuel effemomania is our cultural tendency to sexualize femininity and femaleness in all its forms. While countless feminist writers and theorists have analyzed the ways in which sexualization of femaleness and femininity permeates virtually every aspect of our culture and has a negative impact on most women's lives, they have typically ignored the way this tendency creates an environment in which male femininity is almost always considered in purely sexual terms. For example, most popular images and impressions of trans women revolve around sexuality, from she-male and chicks with dicks pornography to media portrayals of us as sexual deceivers. The media portrayals of us as sexual deceivers, prostitutes, and sex workers. And of course, there are the recurring themes of trans women who transition in order to gain the sexual attention of men to fulfill some kind of bizarre sex fantasy, both of which appear regularly in the media, and also in Bailey and Blanchard's model of MTF transgenderism. In this context, it's easy to understand why Bailey and Blanchard were able to get away with proposing a homosexual/autogynephilic model for MTF spectrum trans people without ever being challenged by their professional peers to apply theories to FTM spectrum trans people. To do so would require these predominantly straight and male-identified gatekeepers to view masculinity and maleness in purely erotic terms. In other words, to reduce maleness to the status of mere sexual object, something that they would be loath to do in the unlikely event that this line of reasoning ever crossed their minds. This unwillingness to sexualize masculinity to the extent that femininity is sexualized explains why the gatekeepers endlessly dwelt on every perceived nuance and variation that occurred in the sexual practices and fantasies of the MTF spectrum population, while simultaneously adamantly claiming that there was no such thing as female transvestism, no erotic component to FTM cross-dressing, and no such thing as a gay-identified trans man. Of course, such identities and experiences have always existed and have been documented by members of the transgender community and by researchers outside the field of sexology. God, imagine thinking like gay trans men don't exist. Fucking cringe. I can like show you some if you want. It's like seeing Bigfoot. Oh! Girls, we did a... We're one out for fucking page 100. For getting us through this trial. Pro Gamer Ellie, ooh, I love Celeste. Congratulations, I like it too. Not a girl. Oh! Oh! Oh my god! No! Dash wall jumps can die in 9/11. Currently trying to beat Summit B-side. Oh, I love the dash wall jumps. You get the hang of them. I find them like super intuitive, and it's also like, no! I find them super intuitive, and it's also like a fun way of putting tricks together that you like never put together in your mind, but then it works, and it's like, ah, of course you can do that. Of course that works. It's really fun. Oh, where was I? Of course. Yeah, okay, I was here. The sexualization of trans women has also had a profound effect on the criteria used to determine which transsexuals have been allowed to transition. Taking a sippy. While both trans men and trans women were historically required to meet the gatekeepers' oppositional sexist ideals, trans women often faced an additional standard, They had to be sexually desirable in their identified sex as well. In the 1970s, Suzanne J. Kessler and Wendy McKenna came across several instances in which gatekeepers were rather blatant about this practice. A clinician during a panel session on transsexualism in 1974, meeting of the American Psychological Association, said that he was more convinced of the femaleness of a male-to-female transsexual if she was particularly beautiful and was capable of evoking in him those feelings that beautiful women generally do. I hope he dies. Another clinician told us that he uses his own sexual interest as a criterion for deciding whether transsexual is really the gender she or he claims. I want to throw bricks at men, I think. Oh my god. Oh, my voice. I'm gonna say I feel like I'm getting better at these longer sessions. Like, I feel like by now... Sorry, you're not hot enough to be trans, gross. Yeah. Oh my god. I feel like this is a small bit where at least somewhat passed, right? Like, I feel like this criterion isn't as strong nowadays, right? Surely. Surely we've moved beyond this, right? Please tell me we've moved beyond this. I'm gonna start killing if we're not beyond this. While not all gatekeepers relied on their own sexual attraction to assess whether trans women would gain their approval for sex reassignment, it is clear that most took the issue of sexual desirability into consideration. For example, in 1969, gatekeeper John Randall stated, in both sexes, the individual chosen for operation were selected because they were credible in their impersonation, or, in the case of some males, had won sexual acceptance in the female role despite minor incongruous features. Hold on, what do we need to go beyond? I was eating. I'm currently reading a section where a bunch of medical gatekeepers for medical transphobic gatekeepers basically use like the sexual desirability of a trans woman as like proof of their trans femininity or something, as proof of their legitimacy, right? Thus, being sexually desirable often superseded other transitioning criteria. Further, as one reads through MTF's transsexual case studies, it becomes readily apparent that the word attractive is regularly used in conjunction with trans women whom the gatekeepers consider to be successful in their transitions. Only 3 rooms before a B-side. Oh my god, go for it. Fuck yeah. Those who would argue that this emphasis on the sexual desirability of trans women is a thing of the past might want to take a look at J. Michael Bailey's book, which I previously mentioned, published in 2003. I hope this stays in the past. Oh my god. In which he comments, "There is no way to say this as sensitively as I would prefer, so I will just go ahead. Most homosexual transsexuals are much better looking than most autogynephilic transsexuals. I think you should fucking... I hope he's dead. I hope J. Michael Bailey is dead. I hope all these terrible, terrible men and women are dead. Although they're mostly men. Whoa! Dudes will call me a femboy until they Photoshop PTF out of my face. Photoshop the fuck out of my face, and then I'll at least have the dignity of being insert transmisogynistic slur. Oh. Okay, I don't know what I was doing there. Oh my god, we're almost through. We're almost through this chapter of Celeste. While not all gatekeepers are guilty of sexualizing their trans female clients to this extent, it is clear that many, if not most, expect trans women to make themselves as conventionally pretty as possible. In Anne Boleyn, oh god, I have heard that name before. In Anne Boleyn's 1988 book, In Search of Eve, a trans woman she interviewed put it this way: Shrinks have the idea that to be a transsexual, you must be a traditionally feminine woman. Skirts, stockings, the whole 9 yards. I don't remember who Anne Boleyn is. Another trans woman sums up the problem this way: you must conform to a doctor's idea of a woman, not necessarily yours. Right. Anne Boleyn. No, not the Queen of England. It's actually not getting a lot of results for this Anne Boleyn. If she is a trans woman, honestly, good for her naming herself after fucking Queen of England. We claimed that shit. Awesome. I don't know. I'm just at a point in this book where, like, recognizing a name is a red flag to me. You understand. Vivian Namaste's 2000 book, Invisible Lives, includes an interview with a trans woman who was initially denied hormones by a gatekeeper because she showed up for therapy appointment wearing male clothes. She recounts, I just went back and this time did all my cool makeup. Inside and outside my eyes, wore my fake fur jacket and my tight black pants. And she said, "You've come a long way since I saw you first, and now I am convinced that you're transsexual." It was like 3 weeks later. In my own conversations with trans women, I found that such expectations are still quite prevalent. On a trans woman-focused email list that I was a member of in the early 2000s, a new member posted that she had just scheduled her first therapy appointment and she asked if anyone had advice for her. Sadly, there were about 20 responses, mostly from trans women who'd had the experience of being turned down because they had worn male or unisex clothing to their visits, and then later being approved after showing up to their appointments wearing dresses and makeup. While such standards are clearly traditionally sexist, it should once again be pointed out that they are also cis-sexist, is to require transsexual women to meet more rigid standard of femininity than cissexual women in order to be considered female. In Chapter 2, Skirt Chasers, I discussed the ways in which trans women are often required to prove their femaleness through superficial means, particularly by wearing dresses, heels, makeup, etc. And then are dismissed as being fake women or female impersonators because of the perceived artifice involved. The same criticism can also be applied to the gatekeepers who complained or commented on trans women's exaggeration of their femininity without ever considering that their own criteria virtually required trans women to maintain a hyper-feminine appearance in order to gain access to the means of transitioning. In 1969, oh wait, I'm saving this for the next page. This cuts off awkwardly. There we go. Oh, come on. Okay. In 1969, Money and co-authors discussed the results of tests they had administered to transsexuals to measure their feminine and masculine tendencies. The authors praised trans men for giving answers that were masculine, but not any more masculine than those of the average cissexual man. At no time did the authors consider the possibility that the trans men's unexaggerated masculine responses were made possible by the fact that most gatekeepers, being male themselves, understood there was more than one way to be a man. In contrast, trans women were derided for having scores that were higher on the feminine range than the average woman. Yet trans women were required to act more feminine than the average woman in order to be taken seriously as transsexuals. Evidence to support the idea that trans women's hyperfeminine test scores were merely an attempt to appease the traditionally sexist biases of the gatekeepers can be found in Anne Boleyn's 1988 work, In Search of Eve. When Boleyn, who is not a gatekeeper and whose interactions with trans women occurred entirely outside of a clinical setting, administered a similar test, she found that trans women's scores were a lot more varied and closer to the norm of cissexual women. She commented, "The importance of fulfilling caretaker expectations may be the single most important factor responsible for the prevalent medical mental health conceptions of transsexualism." This, of course, is the major problem with most medical, psychiatric, and sexological research into transgenderism. While generally presented under the guise of objective science, the body of research compiled by the gatekeepers has been so undermined by their own biases that their results are nothing more than a research artifact. The gatekeepers consistently claimed that transsexuality was a rare phenomenon, without acknowledging that they themselves played an active role in restricting the number of trans people who would be allowed to transition. They believed that cross-dressing and transsexuality primarily afflicted those assigned male sex at birth, without realizing that their own effemimania rendered FTM spectrum without realizing that their own effemimania rendered FTM spectrum individuals invisible. Indeed, the majority of research on transgenderism and transsexuality they produced clearly fit the criteria for pathological science, a term used to describe work that initially conforms to the scientific method, but then unconsciously veers from that method and begins a pathological process of wishful data interpretation. Oh boy. I think I should play it safer when I make it through. Oh, there we are. Oh, fuck yeah. I love that. I love that. Okay. We have to be close. I can feel it. We are close. No, why did I think that would work? We're holding up in chat.
Yummy
I'm...
Slurpee.
Yeah, I'm gonna go refill my water bottle real quick.
Yummy Snack.
Give me a sec. I love how y'all team up all the time. It's great. I got water. And I'm gonna save the cookie for after I read. Did it just die, I think? Yeah. Oh, wow, wow. Yeah, we're good, we're good. Critiquing the critics. Sexologists have greatly shaped the way the public at large views transsexuals. As well as the way many transsexuals come to view themselves. But they are not the only group position themselves as authorities on transsexuality. Over the years, many academics in the social sciences and in gender studies have also written extensively on the subject. Unlike the gatekeepers who have often expressed consternation and condemnation for those transsexuals who fail to live up to society's traditional and oppositional sexist expectations regarding gender, many academics have had the reciprocal concern, namely that transsexuals work too hard to achieve gender normalcy. This concern typically arises from the assumption, embraced by many in the humanities, that transsexuality is a modern construction, something that would not exist if it were not for medical technology, psychological pathology, patriarchy, heterosexism, capitalism, and/or our culture's rigid binary gender norms. Because academics in the field of sociology and gender studies have been disposed towards seeking out the societal causes of transsexuality, they have tended to overlook or dismiss the possibility that intrinsic inclinations, i.e., subconscious sex, drive trans people towards transitioning. Wah 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 in chat. Framing the issue this way has ensured that transsexuality can only be understood as a form of false consciousness, and that transsexuals themselves can only be conceptualized in one of two ways: as dupes, who are misled into transitioning by gatekeepers, or as fakes, who are so distressed by their own exceptional gender expressions and/or sexual orientations that they are willing to go to the extreme lengths of surgically altering their bodies and unquestioningly embracing sexist ideals in order to fit into straight mainstream society. Oh boy. While sociological models of transsexuality and transgenderism have not had as direct an impact on the lives of trans people as sexological models have, both models foster the false impression that cissexual experts, whether academic or clinical, are capable of understanding transsexuality better than transsexuals themselves, an idea that is as problematic as suggesting that male experts can understand womanhood better than women, or that heterosexual experts can understand homosexuality better than gays and lesbians. I feel like this particular piece is also a bit rooted in like ableism, right? You pathologize it, you make it into a disease, and then you don't listen to the people you're studying because you've deemed them on some level insane, right? I feel like that's a very pervasive part of like how trans people are treated, especially historically, right? And I don't see talked about a lot. Ah, fucking damn it. Thank you, Theo. I can do this. Choking on water, don't worry about it. Further, while sociological and gender studies accounts of transsexuality have not garnered the public attention that their sexological counterparts have, they have profoundly shaped the manner in which trans people are discussed and considered in academia and in feminism. In this section, I will debunk many of the most common academic misconceptions regarding transsexuality. While some of the arguments I critique may seem unfamiliar, even esoteric, to readers outside the fields of sociology and gender studies, it is vital to address these points here, as they are encountered repeatedly in queer and feminist politics. One of the most prevalent academic misconceptions regarding transsexuality is that the gatekeepers actively promote the use of sex reassignment and prey on gender variant people, enticing them with the promise of assimilating them into normal women and men. This is turf shit! One of the more influential research articles espousing this view was written by sociologists Dwight B. Billings and Thomas Urban in 1982, in which they claim that transsexualism is a socially constructed reality which only exists in and through medical practice. Emphasis theirs. In Billings's and Urban's eyes, transsexual therapy pushes patients towards an alluring world of artificial vaginas and penises. The alluring world of artificial vaginas and penises, rather than towards self-understanding and sexual politics. Jesus. And Janice G. Raymond has a similar view. In her 1979 book, The Transsexual Empire, discussed previously in Chapter 2, she described sex reassignment as a male interventionist
Yummy
technology.
snack.
Okay, that's another snack. I'll put it on the pile.
Yummy Slurpee.
Okay, I'll do that now. In her 1979 book, The Transsexual Empire, discussed previously in Chapter 2, she described sex reassignment as male interventionist technology, in which transsexuals surrender themselves to therapists and technicians. She goes on to suggest that trans people would be better off if they were counseled using the same consciousness-raising methods that she experienced in the feminist movement. So in other words, both sets of authors believe that transsexuality would not exist if trans people simply became more educated and involved in feminism and sexual politics. So how do Raymond, Billings, and Urban explain why trans people are so easily duped into transitioning when transsexuality itself is considered taboo by society at large?
Oh.
The rationale is that transsexuality has become socially acceptable. A rather outrageous claim, considering they were writing during the late 70s and 1980s, respectively. Transsexuality. What? Transsexuality isn't even... Being trans isn't even socially acceptable today. Let alone 50 fucking years ago, Jesus. Of course, the idea that transsexuals are highly susceptible to suggestion and easily yield to medical authority would surely come as a surprise to many gatekeepers, who regularly complained about how transsexuals were stubborn, highly resistant to psychotherapy, and usually came to appointments having already made up their minds. Fuck you mean transsexuality isn't acceptable in the Big 25? I mean socially acceptable. Like, it should be. But in the current state of things. You know, transphobia is still a big issue. God, I was saying that's the doctors. Oh, okay, you were just making the same comment I was making. Okay. Let's do that. I'm scared. I'm scared. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Only route is through. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure this is the last room as well. Yeah, the idea that trans people aren't educated and involved in feminism and sexual politics. I mean... generally speaking, I would say even today, most people, I don't know, were the most involved in feminism and sexual politics. Yeah, right? Like, yes, statistically speaking, most trans people probably have a better baseline understanding of feminism than most people who, you know, aren't transgender. But, like, not all trans people. I feel stupid saying that out loud, oh my god. But, like, it feels like if you're trans, if you're part of such a, like, a politicized demographic, let's fucking go. My mom went to bed so I can eat more food. Fuck yeah. Have a yummy. Like, I feel like most trans people are maybe more politically aware, but not necessarily all politically educated, right? There's still a difference there, I think. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I don't think it matters. I have to go out for food because I don't have anything here. Oh, another major flaw with these theses is that they rest on the assumption that people identifying and living as members of the sex other than the one they were assigned at birth was a novel phenomenon, one that did not exist prior to the invention of sex reassignment procedures. However, numerous historians and anthropologists have described the existence of trans people in other eras and cultures. In fact, many of the original gatekeepers, including Harry Benjamin, only quote-unquote discovered the existence of transsexuality after trans people approached them about the possibilities of physically transitioning. And many of the earliest transsexuals, such as Christine Jorgensen, the first transsexual to gain mainstream attention, and Agnes, who is discussed in more detail in Chapter 9, self-administered hormones prior to consulting with doctors about their desire to physically transition. Indeed, the gatekeepers didn't invent sex reassignment, but were dragged into it kicking and screaming. And the fact that gatekeepers almost universally favored strict restrictions rather than that greatly reduced the number of people undergoing sex reassignment clearly indicates that they were, at best, reluctant advocates. A similar attempt to remove transsexuals from historical or cross-cultural contexts can be found in Bernice L. Hausman's 1995 book, Changing Sex. Despite the fact that Hausman is aware of people throughout history who have lived as members of the other sex, or do so today without using hormones or surgery, she nevertheless chooses to narrowly define transsexuality as the act of changing one's sex via physically transitioning. This allows her to put forward the thesis that developments in medical technology and practice were central to the establishment of the necessary conditions for the emergence of the demand for sex change. The amateurish nature of this argument is astounding, It's akin to discounting the existence of non-motorized vehicles, bicycles, sailboats, horse-drawn carriages, etc., to make the claim that transportation is a modern construction dependent on the discovery of fossil fuels and combustion engines. Of course, there's an obvious reason why Houseman chose to define transsexuality so narrowly. To do otherwise would subvert her entire thesis. After all, if she were to acknowledge that trans people have existed in varied cultures and throughout history, her readers might view transsexuality as part of a natural rather than a culture-specific phenomenon, and thus understand trans people's desire to live in their identified sex being primarily driven by their own intrinsic inclinations rather than by social forces. I can do it. I can do it. I've played this game before. I've beaten it multiple times. You're fucking me. God. Gonna wait like 5 more minutes just to be safe for grabbing food. Okay. From such a perspective, one would be inclined to see sex reassignment as a modern option for trans people, similar to how recent advances in medicine now enable cis-sexual women and men to undergo similar procedures, such as hormone replacement therapy, breast or penis enhancement, or reconstruction, and infertility treatments. Instead, by removing transsexuality from this trans-historical and cross-cultural context, Houseman misleads her readers into believing that trans people suddenly appeared out of nowhere, almost overnight, a fabrication that particularly strong-arms her readership into seeing transsexuality as a culturally specific and historically derived phenomenon. Right, I wish I could say the end of the stream, but if I don't eat a burrito ASAP, I will disintegrate. Go eat a burrito! Fuck yeah! I want a burrito. I love a burrito. Wish I knew how to make them. The intellectual inconsistencies in Houseman's thesis become even more blatant when she makes it clear that she accepts that same-sex desire has always existed and therefore precedes social construction. This allows her to claim that transsexuality is not analogous to homosexuality because of its special conceptual and material relation to medical discourse and practice. Emphasis hers.
Yummy snack.
Another cookie for the pile whenever I have to not read anymore. That's 3 cookies. This is a rather convenient argument for Houseman to make, considering that she has already dismissed
Yummy Slurpee.
She has already dismissed the existence of those transsexuals who do not physically transition. Indeed, Houseman seems oblivious to the fact that, were she able to wave away the existence of same-sex attraction throughout history, as she does with transsexuality, she could easily make the analogous claim that homosexuality is just as much a product of modern medicine as transsexuality. After all, both words, homosexuality and transsexuality, were coined within the last 150 years, gained prominence as concepts with the rise of sexology in the 20th century, and emerged as identities in political movements both because of and in response to their psychological pathologization. And if one were hell-bent on portraying homosexuality as entirely constructed, one could easily reach the same short-sighted conclusion that Houseman has reached. The argument would go, the rise in the number of people openly calling themselves homosexuals over the past half-century is not due to political and cultural changes that have allowed them to finally come out of the closet, but rather that the medical intervention The medical invention of homosexuality itself generated demand for people to become homosexual. For people to willingly become homosexual. They just thought it was so cool that they demanded medical science make them gay. Whoa, where's the homosexual shot? I want it. God, did I even switch view to the game? I don't think I did. I don't... I died again, by the way. Hausman's book demonstrates the misinformation academics can generate when they narrowly define transsexuality based on psychiatric or medical parameters, or attempt to isolate transsexuals who do not physically transition from the broader population of trans people who identify and live as members of the other sex without medical intervention. These very same mistakes are regularly made by anthropologists who focus on what are sometimes called third, multiple, or alternate genders, categories designed to describe people who are viewed by their cultures as being not quite male and not quite female. Because these groups appear to exist outside the gender binary and blur distinctions between what Westerners would call transsexuality, homosexuality, and transgenderism, they are subjects of interest among academics who believe that gender is primarily socially constructed. One such anthropologist is Serena Nanda, who has studied Indian hijras and authors several books, including Gender Diversity, Cross-Cultural Variations. This 2000 book is an overview of gender variation across the world and highlights examples of social categories and gender roles that are challenge or Western and highlights examples of social categories and gender roles that challenge our Western tendency to believe gender exclusively. What the fuck am I reading? Hang on. Fuck. This 2000 book is an overview of gender variation across the world and highlights examples of social categories and gender roles that challenge our Western tendency to define gender exclusively based on one's physical sex. For the most part, Nanda remains respectful and refrains from placing one's value judgments on the cultures and gender variant people she describes. That is, until she gets to the chapter titled Transsexualism. Here she seems to go into diatribe mode, describing transsexuals as a medical invention who are shaped by Western doctors and psychologists' stereotyped view of gender. Nana goes on to make the broader point that transsexuals, far from being an example of gender diversity, both reflected and reinforced the dominant Euro-American sex-gender ideology in which one had to choose to be either a man or a stereotypical woman. For Nanda to make this point, make this sort of blanket generalization, when there are countless examples of transsexuals who were involved in the early days of the gay rights and the lesbian feminist movements, or who are at the forefront of today's transgender and genderqueer movements, suggests that either she is completely ignorant of the existence of any transsexuals who do not fit her stereotype, or she purposefully ignores or discounts them in order to create the false impression that all transsexuals are stamped from the same medical establishment cookie cutter. Nanda's motives for painting such a rigid and distorted picture of transsexuals becomes obvious in the following chapter, Transgenderism. Despite the fact that virtually all organizations and communities that call themselves transgender generally include transsexuals, Nanda has somehow taken it upon herself to redefine transgender in opposition to transsexual. 2 more rooms until the end of Summit B. I can smell the freedom. I've tried this level for 6 hours. I would say that like the most satisfying part of Celeste is like beating a really difficult stage and then going back to a much simpler one, to an older one you've already beaten that used to be really difficult. And then finding out it's not that difficult anymore. Jesus. Get the fuck out of there. Oh! Oh! Fucking get got, idiot. Ah, we fucking killed it. We fucking actually killed it. For realsies. Oh. Oh, fuck hell. That was 36 deaths compared to the previous 28. Oh my god. And let's mark where to start reading from next time. Why wanna mark? Oh, didn't know Celeste has Eldritch Horrors on top of the regular ones. I'm mostly skipping through the story in this playthrough because I personally don't find the narrative all that gripping. I will be honest. And also because I've played through it a billion fucking times. And I don't want to also read the character dialogue. Oh, my throat is raw. It's a bit better. Okay. We're here for the reading mostly. I think the gameplay interacts with the story negatively. I don't know. I think it's more so that I don't really care for the story. I think it's like a bit simplistic. Right. I don't know. Okay. Any thoughts, opinions, feedback, things to talk about from what we've discussed in the book today, from what we've read? Weapon girl is cool, trans women are cool, transfeminism is cool, men are kind of eh. What was the word for peeps who hate femininity? Femimaniacs. Type that out. I think the whole idea of like a femimania can also be used to like explain why gay men generally got a lot more media attention, especially negative media attention. Right. Because again, people view homosexuality in men as a kind of femininity in men. A male femininity being stigmatized more so than women being masculine. Because women aren't seen as a serious threat, I guess. I don't know. I think it was explained more so that moving towards masculinity is seen as moving towards something positive, right? Whereas moving towards femininity is seen as something negative. Now, in the real world, sure, while gay men were mostly the cudgel, like the hammer that the whole homosexual movement was beaten with, like gay men do not experience misogyny, right? Don't experience misogyny as like intersecting with their sexuality. That would be lesbophobia. And a lot of lesbians be fucking real because of the misogyny they face are treated a lot worse than gay men are, right? Hence why the lesbian flag exists. I'm just trying to connect dots in my head. There we go, save that PDF. Ah, the VOD did get cut in half. What a shame. How long is this one? 1 hour. I streamed for about 4 hours. Over 4 hours, an hour and a half. 4 hours and a half. I'm honestly surprised there's still people here. Oh well. I don't think I'm gonna do Celeste again next stream. Because these streams are just kind of tiring. They're fun, they're good, I get to read, but it is exhausting. And they tend to run extremely long and late for me. So I think next time. Sorry for kind of showing up near the end. You were here for like hours. Don't worry about it. You can join in whenever. Okay. I think combining an intense game with a dense read makes both more demanding. This is fun background noise to have while trying Summit. You know what? For funsies, just to close off the stream, I'm gonna like show off a little bit and do one of the harder stages. For fun, for me. This is a reward. This is for me. Just as soon as the game starts up again. I'm gonna try one of the harder B-sides, one that I remember struggling with a lot. This is my regular save file, where I've died a lot of times from just retrying the levels a lot. I think I'll do... Look at that, 7-hearted death. If only for your ability to read out loud and share your opinions while doing so, I think you could be a librarian. I think I'd want to kill people if I did that shit. Fuck yes. Ow. No! Ah! Fuck yes. Oh my god. What am I doing? So that like instantly gets fun for me again when I don't have like some insane self-imposed punishment for dying. Ah. Boo. I don't know if I want to do the entirety of this chapter because I do remember really getting stuck with some of the later stuff here. Ah, fucking damn it. How many sides are there? There's the regular stages, then there's the B sides and the C sides. And the C sides are especially difficult, and some of them are just bad, I think. Cough, cough, Celestial Resort cough. The seasides are especially difficult, but they are mostly regulated to being just like three screens. Doesn't mean they're not difficult. It just means if you're decent at it, you'll get through them pretty quick. Are they just extra levels, or do they have extra stories too? It's just extra levels. One of them even has a gag about being non-canonical. Whoa! What happened there? Okay, I'm gonna stop doing this one. And do like one of the seasides. Oh, fuck. Yeah, maybe I don't. Oh my god! Man. Oh my god, I forgot about that part. I'm back with my meal. How's it going? I beat the chapter I was playing, and now I'm just playing for fun. As like a refresher. Oh, I remember this. Ugh. Oh. Oh my god, almost. I did it. Okay. I also have some. I also have like a custom map that I made myself. I don't know if I want to play that right now though. I made it like stupidly difficult. One section in it. Okay. If anybody has any more fun anecdotes to share, feel free.
Yummy snack.
Did you get the cookies from earlier? Not all of them. And now, once again, I have a stack of 3. You made Loco Moco. What's that? Hmm. Never heard of this dish. Looks good. All right. Hmm. Trying to think of things to talk about. Burger patty and fried egg on a bed of rice. Yeah, it looks pretty fucking nice. Pretty good. I feel like egg and burger patty is pretty
Yummy
good.
Slurpee.
Favorite polygon? I don't know. List of polygons. Oh, triangle's pretty good. Alright. I think I'm gonna just end the stream here. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye. I hope you liked the stream. I hope you learned something. I think I did, probably. Good night.